sec. Josie wants to. I figured while I was talking.
It's showtime.
Do I look good? Do I look alright? Can everyone hear me alright? Okay. Before we get started on today's trial, I just wanted to say a couple things. First, I do appreciate everyone has been really enjoying the Ace Attorney trials, and I hope that everyone is really excited to see how this ends. So yeah, because I'm actually excited to see how this ends. I hope everyone is also ready to put their thinking caps on, because I'm going to tell you this right now. This trial is going to get rough. So for anyone who doesn't know, most of the time actually just about every time, when the final case of a game comes up, it likes to tie up any loose ends that the other cases may have left, and just about every time that final case is usually the longest case, and it's also probably the hardest. Like, there have been some times where the final case has not really stumped me, but it really had to make me think outside the box and try to figure things out in a different way. It's just it's gonna get rough, boys. So yeah, I'm just gonna say this right now. Do not expect this one to be easy. The final case is usually never easy. Even in the first game, the final case is tricky. And the final case of every game is usually pretty difficult, though there are some better than others. So yeah, you better make sure your brain is working overtime. However, before I get started, I asked my mom to buy me energy shots since she was here anyway. So yeah, because I'm gonna need to be wide awake for this one. And so, down the hatch. Woo! Oh, whoo boy. All right, let's rock and roll. All right, let's just make sure that... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay. Alright. So then, shall we get this case underway? So this is where I stopped last time. I'm pretty sure you guys remember this screen from yesterday. And I hope you guys are ready to see how this one ends. Because I know I sure am. And so, let's go. Oh wait, that was a save. Okay. Let's go. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. Sorry. Mrs. Sato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. It's fine. It's not as though Mrs. Sato and I won't meet again. One day. But you, Gina. What do you mean you hear an echo? Is there an echo? Can you guys hear me alright? From the game. Oh, I muted it first. I muted it, so let's see. Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Iris! Kitty! Oh, there he goes. Great way to show your support, Kitty. Oh well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Let's not go there. Oh dear. That's a lot of rain. Huh. The bad news was a weather report? But yeah, that actually reminds me that that sometimes around here we get a lot of rain, and a park that is close to where I live closes down. What echo? Hold on, let me try refreshing it then. I don't hear it. I think the echo is just to say that it's in the, I don't know. So, but yeah, like, I'm gonna say this right now. I don't know how you guys are, but but around where I live, like, sometimes when we get hit by a lot of rain, a park that is close to me, it gets flooded, and no cars can drive through it because it's pretty prone to flooding. I don't know how bad it is around where you guys live. Gosh, yeah. If only all good news canceled out the bad. I can't because you're covering your face. I can't because you're covering your face. I will. Oh, yes, let's hope so. It's like she was still here. Still, I might as well hang on to it. Never know. Alright, guys. I think it's about time. What do you guys say to reviewing some of the evidence? Let's see. Okay, so this was the one before. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Let's see. So this one was on the 13th of February, 2 days before the murder of Mr. Mason. It was at 9 p.m. and it was a small box. Sadly, we couldn't find the small box, so we'd have no idea what was in it. Loan amount was 10 shillings. And the redemption deadline was the 13th of April. Let's see. Gina's representation papers. The undersigned, agree to legal representation by the lawyer named hereunder in regard to the following incident. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at the blood samples. Okay, so I want you guys to try to remember everything, okay? So this one, we don't know who this belongs to, right? Like, this one is still unknown. When it's purple, it belongs to Mason, and that's how we found out that it had to have been Mr. McGilded that killed Mason because his blood was all over his jacket. And if it's blue, it belongs to Mr. Windibank. So, alright. So, we'll have to remember that. So, if we see anything blue... Yeah, exactly, Colin. So, yeah, so if we see blue, it belongs to the victim. So, if we see any green, we're gonna have to try to remember that. Let's see. Now, this was the one for the coat. Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so had to use anything he had on hand. Let's see. So this was for the... Okay, so this was for the coat that had Mason's blood all over it. It was the coat Gina was wearing. Let's see, so it was deposited on the 15th of February, right after the murder. It was £1, and the redemption was the 15th, the day of. Let's see. Alright. Alright, so, and, alright. Let's also try to remember, this was the reason Gina broke into Windibank's pawn shop to see if this was actually there. Like he said it was. And we didn't notice anything unusual on it, right, guys? Yeah, because I looked at it from all sides, and there's nothing unusual about it. Hound of the Baskervilles. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title? Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something? I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Still. And and her signature is on it. Let's see. Okay, let's try to remember the omnibus murder, okay? I want you guys to picture case 3. That was the omnibus murder. That was the one we had to defend McGilded on, and sadly he's the one that did it. Let's see, the case summary was victim found deceased on the last omnibus of the day after a stab wound to his stomach. Yeah, he was stabbed in the stomach with a knife. Remember? Let's see. The victim was Mason Milverton. He was a brickmaker, and he lived in the East End of London. Trial summary. The attorney. Let's see. The prosecutor was Berg von Zieks, and I was defending him. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Only reason he really got out scot-free. Well, I can't really say scot-free because he died, remember? But was because there was not enough evidence to convict him. So, let's try to remember that. And I have not had time to examine this. What's on the back of here? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, he certainly has a finger on the pulse of the world news. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? No, of course not! I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday? So, I don't know if this has anything to do with this case, but it's a good idea to keep in mind. So try to keep that in the back of your minds, people. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharge Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Bigger? How? Protects planet. Anyway. Still, something to keep in mind. Alright. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh, that's good. That's actually good to hear. I'm going to guess that Sholmes is sleeping in because how often does he sleep, honestly? Maybe he's taking the time to catch up on some sleep. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. I really am on my own, huh? It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure a victory here. If I learn anything from my great friend, it's that. Does everyone believe in Gina? I need to know. Do we all believe that she didn't do it? Oh, God, he's back again! The defense is ready. Really? That would be Mr. McGilded. Yeah, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. And he's McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. Motherfucker's racist. What? Did he really just say that? So basically, he only comes out when I'm defending. I actually managed to work that out too, thank you. Total betrayal. What are you talking about? Torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Hey! Hey, it's Mr. Har... Garrudin. It's Mr. Garrudin. That's the maid from Case 3. I don't know you. Wait, you were from the last case, but you were wearing a green jacket. This guy's a doctor? Well, crap. Didn't you have a typewriter last time? I know you're from the third case. Was it third or fourth? No, I think it was third. Nice, Colin. I think you're right. Anyway. Wait, you're the... You're... What was it? A rebel or something? He was a rebel that was in the newspaper from Case 2. Wonder why he's here. I know he's Russian. And that the woman from Case 2 was disguised as him, but there's no doubt about it. That's him. Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Rogue, what's up? All right. Yeah, that's how I found him. Hey, it's got a bit of a burn. That must mean someone snuck up on him and shot him nearly point blank. Alucard, what's up? Let's see. This report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. So that means it went up from here and probably came out this way. I hear you, Al. And what's that supposed to tell us? Let's see. Okay, so Instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. Alright. This is what I always try to do. I try to always look at all evidence. Let's see. Coroner was Dr. Stevens. Pop Windabank. Let's see. Time of death was between 1 and 1:30. I was the one that reported it. Single bullet found in upper half of victim's back. No visible signs of trauma. Instant death. Death from a post-rodent bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Okay, so it entered from the back, and then probably came up like around, probably around his collarbone, somewhere around there. No other visible signs of trauma, meaning someone snuck up on him. Well, that's what the autopsy report says, Arcane. So that means someone snuck up on him, shot him from the back, and the bullet went upwards. Meaning, yeah, someone had to be shorter than him. Objection! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Hmm? Okay. Let's see. The gun belonging to a victim, Mr. Windabank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There's signs of a single shot. This isn't good. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that is how I found her. I can't even dispute that. This is Windabank's gun. The cylinder's completely empty. Yeah, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the article safe? Sadly, yeah. Looks like it's empty. Looks like the cylinder's empty. I just thought I'd check it. I think that's because it has. Shit, he tossed off his cape already? shit, he's not playing around. Nash Skulkin. Really? Skulkin? I don't know, Al. Professional back. Ringo Skulkin. Nash and Ringo. Why does that sound familiar? Anyway, though, but Skulkin? You know, like skulking around? Really? That's your last name? The name puns continue. No, just 2. What are you looking at me for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Hmm? Sulky Skulkin, and that's before he runs out of chips. That's actually a very good point, Colin. I thought I saw these two. Dang, he's really short if he has to stand on a box. Of course. The Skulkin brothers. Happy to. Get out of it! Alright, you two. What do you have to say? Pretty good right now, Al. Let's see. Alright. Let's see what they have. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the goth's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, Court, blimey loomy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Yes. Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. I am 100% sure these were the two I saw fleeing the crime scene after they shot Sholmes. I remember their silhouettes. Hold it! The front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? It's fine, honey. I mean, there definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place.
Objection!
Objection! That is pure conjecture. Hold it! What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? I don't think so. I like how they have to move the that bar up a bit because he's so short his eyes would be covered by it. I said cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Hold it! A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that? Okay. Right, I remember. Makes sense. He always said he only had one round in it. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. Wonderful. Hold it! Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Broadly. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. I think you would think these two would be the first one. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Hold it! You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say. So you'd clearly like us to believe as you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Mm-hmm. It was. You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes! I knew it. But there must have been some soot on it. Thank you. Remnants of powder, huh? So it was shot. The Skulkin brothers' gun. Like, we already knew they fired. Yes? Actually, let me examine that myself. I like to see with my own eyes. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, it happened almost as soon as we'd walk in through Windibank's door. Hey, Arcane. This revolver looks quite a bit different from the one Mr. Windibank was holding. That one seemed like more of a self-defense gun, but this one seems substantially stronger. I guess that's why it was able to pierce Holmes's body. This is no self-defense gun. Objection! Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. That's pretty easy to show, because I know exactly where that bullet is. And I'm sure you guys already figured out where it is. Take that! The evidence is in this portfolio. During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. Yes, my lord. Take that! It's a photographic print taken at Windibanks Pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibanks' calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. What? Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. What do you mean? So that's it. Yes, he did. Where is he going with this? Not me. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Oh, Cam. Don't tell me. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Eight. 8:30. 9. 9:30. Two of them, huh? Oh yeah, I remember there was. By the counter and by the door. Oh, they didn't catch him? Son of a bitch! Ugh. Son of a... Ugh. No, 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 no. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Guilty.
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 Not good! That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. You know I don't give up that easily. Judicial findings. I'm not done yet! All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketing. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I've left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Well, shit. I'm gonna have to press some of them. Damn, that piece of evidence is pretty damning. Thanks a lot, Mr. Soames. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see. Okay then. All the evidence. Hold it! You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garrett, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Soames and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did a rather lot for you, didn't we? Hello, say Renew. Welcome to the stream, dude. Make yourself at home. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. I am the home. Oh. I suppose not. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and list a juror number 2. Hold it! Polishing the bench, I see. Again. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? A little harsh, perhaps. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. That's a funny image. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Thank you. I see, Serenu. Well, I hope that I hope that you continue to have a good day. Hold it! What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Objection!
Objection! But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Let's call it a lucky guess. I swear to God, if you keep looking at that cross-eyed, your eyes are gonna get stuck that way. Of course. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Hold it! What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. My day's been going pretty good, Serenu. Well, thank you for asking. But right now, I've got an uphill battle to climb. Well, for me, it's 4:47 p.m. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. What? So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh? What? Did he? Surely not! That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Hold it! Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Yes, from the Empire of Japan. Mm-hmm. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. Yeah, that concerns me too, hon. Trust me. And just when I was starting to catch up. Alright, try not to wear out your fingers. Excuse me! Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. I think he just might be, yes. Right, hon. What a great way to appease the man. What sort of possibilities? What? Do we have any pictures? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Take that! Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be... shoot. I don't have another print, do I?
Take that!
Oh wait, sorry? What do you mean one more print? Right. Oh yeah, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. Thanks for the friendly explanation. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Can we move on then? Hold it! Please tell me you're not Velen Borzvik, the Russian revolutionary. It's just a rumor. Your words, not mine. Just wanted to point that out. Oh, he's probably here just for the exhibition then. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. The Skulkin brothers. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. Yeah, so we need to find the contradictions of what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I'll just go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Objection! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Okay, as juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Sir? I see. He's trying to figure out what that word means. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Ugh. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Yes, that's exactly right. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I'm afraid that won't be Sorry? Ah. Yes, I'm aware. This does seem to be the case. Though the lamp is broken, can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. It would seem so, yes. No, not good! Okay, that is good. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I could do that, we just might turn the situation into our favor still. I've only got one out of that. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Let's take a look. Let's see that. I don't notice anything else. I think... Hold it! Can it really show up new clues, though? I'll put this print here. It should do the trick, I think. Take that! Alright then, juror number 3. Okay. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. Take that! Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera window banks on the night in question. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth. So, what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same, then? What? Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Yeah, the lamp's broken. Of course there is. There are two people on the first and no people on the second. Alright, I'll give it a go. So So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap the middle. Wait. Yeah, no, I can't do it. But, wait. Hold on. Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. I thought the position of that was a little off. Other amazing power. They were moved. Like, I noticed when I was looking between them that seemed to have overlapped. That seemed to have moved a bit. Did anyone else notice? In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, guys, I want you to look at where the skull and doll is, and try to keep moving your eyes back and forth between them, and you'll start to see it. This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. What? Me? I have the first idea. It is? It was moved to the right a bit. Yeah, that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. I got it. That's it. Yeah. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Take that! It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skullkin brothers. Yes, I'm afraid so. I think that's unlikely. As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrange's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skullkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. Because the Skullkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not be at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Yes! Alright! We gotta try, boys! I know, right, Arcane? What? Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. Probably a good idea. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Ooh, look at that. It's totally changed shape, just from one little button press. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Alright. Anyway. But I like on how it was put. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. But I like on how Ryunosuke put it. It's like, like, if you're really gonna scrutinize her because she's a pickpocket, then it's only right that we also scrutinize them because they're thieves. All right. Let's continue. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. However, that was a lie. You brothers, on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. Nice, Ringo. They're like, we'll talk. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lumi didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scrappered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We've never even had a chance, did we? I still doubt that highly. It can't just be coincidence these men showed up at Windibanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it! Hold it! If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Says the rotten apple eater. Hold it! So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. You've really mastered working quietly, then. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
Is that right?
Huh? Excuse me! Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? No, something to add to about their testimony. You seem to react just now as what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? No, they don't. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? Mm-hmm. Huh? Wait, what? You heard him shout out something. Alright, now we got some new info. Hold it! So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. A current acting tragically missed. That was good. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. It's a good job his granny's dead. You are. That's not right.
Objection!
Objection! You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that right? And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm at any description.
Objection!
Ugh. Hardly likely. Ugh. Hold it! You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Yeah, we have seen that gun on his counter when we were there yesterday. Remember? Yeah. It was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. If they actually pursued acting careers, they would not need to be criminals. Hold it! So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps. Please, cut it out. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. Hold it! Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Hold it! And why should we believe that? So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'd probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Sorry? Iris, thanks. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Hold it! Okay. Sorry, we already went through this. Wait, hold on. Hold on a sec. There's something missing. Guys, do you see what I see? Look at this picture. There's nothing on the door right there. And now there is? What does this mean, though? Wait, maybe that's it. Objection! So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Objection!
Momo Meow. Meow, thanks so much for the follow, dude.
Hold it!
Hold it! Stay exactly where you are, right there. That's the other thing that I was pointed out. If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Because guys, remember where when the bank was shot. Take that! According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Yeah. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you could clearly see that Mr. Windibank was in fact shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. That was something they did not mention. They saw him have a gun? Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skullkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. What? What are they talking about? Are you guys telling me you're working for somebody? This wasn't you doing it. That might change the case. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out! Alright, so we just got inside the gaff, and he decided the relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Hold it! When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windabang. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windabank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, Then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Did you see the accused at that time? Hold it! You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time. Is that right? You were clearly all going for each other. Hold it! Yes, I noted that you mentioned that the counter in your previous testimony too. So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter? That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Hold it! Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. What? Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Hold it! You say you had nothing to do with it. I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank? Until I'm absolutely sure, I'm not gonna say anything. He's right. Gina's the only one. There was no one else in the room. No, a 10-year-old was reading the expression on my face. Surely there's more than that, isn't there? And it's at times like this I really appreciate it the most. So that's all these brothers are willing to reveal this time, is it? Yeah, I'm sure of it. And not just a minor detail either. I know, but I get the feeling that there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. Well, I'll do my best. Not exactly sure if this is going where I think it is, but there's something that doesn't make sense.
Objection!
No. I didn't think so. Okay, I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. Hold it! Let's see. What people do I have? Oh, she's 17. Okay. Let's see. You say you had nothing to do with it. I think Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. Yeah, I'm gonna have to push this. Hopefully I can think of something. The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Two, my lord. Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Understood, my lord. I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I could prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. I need to think clearly about this. Where could he have been shot? Who's that? The quarter guy is rating us with a party of 5. Thanks so much, man. Alright, I need to think this through. Okay, he was shot from behind. Let's see. Let's see. Instant death from a... Ah, I see, Al. Let's see. Okay. I need to think this through. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Let's see. So, in other words, let's see. So, where else could he have been shot? And who shot him? I think I got an idea. Hold on. Okay, the curtains are the same, so... If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. I need to think this through. Need to think this through. It was already pretty dark. Take that! The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. Take that! The defense believes that the victim would have been in this position. What are you saying? I knew it. It's twice as many chances to be wrong. Yes, that's the right way of looking at it, I suppose. Someone other than Sheena in the storeroom. What's the best move here? Should I try again? Or gather more information first? I think I'll leave it for now. My lord, I would like to consider the situation a little more before giving my answers again. Like, let's see. Yeah. I know, but I get the feeling... Hold it! Let me make sure I get this right. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. Shoved me away, then ran through that door and shut himself in. What? Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? Inconsistency could be significant. I think I understand. I think I got it. Hold it! There could have been. Let's see. The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank, and it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. Okay. I need you guys to believe in me. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Where was the victim? Understood. Not entirely sure. Take that! I was victim from here. Take that! The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Okay. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. I was thinking too hard before, but now that I look at it, yeah. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death. Which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. Yeah, when I looked at the picture again, that's when I realized, yeah, he couldn't have been moved. So, in that case, however, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory.
Objection!
What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. That's easy. Take that! Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
Guys, what would you do if you saw someone get shot right in front of you and the killer was outside that door? What would you do? Yes, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection! That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Guys? Why is he laughing? What's this now? He's laughing? What? A fatal flaw? Shit! I didn't think about that. Huh? Damn it, of course. Yes, sir. Two bullets. Yes, I did. That disc. Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilded's music box disc. Hold it! Inspector Gregson? What? What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. At least we got that back. Now, let's take a look. Yeah, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? What the? What does this mean? Wait, that color. It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Wait, what could this mean, everyone? 'Cause I thought it had a blood stain from that gentleman. But then what is this? Don't tell me there was another murder. Huh. Very puzzling. We'll have to figure that out later, though. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh no.
Guilty.
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 Not again! I gotta figure something out! Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to, sly-biting citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. I think I should press him. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. Again! Iris? Yes, my lord. Hold it! Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. When you say that she had it in her, are you referring to this? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. McGilded's desk. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Hold it! It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Yes. Does your employer dine with thieves? A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? As of right now, I can't really prove it. If I could find one, maybe. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Right. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Hold it! So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures. A left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? How can you be so sure of that? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Hold it! Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Huh? Wait. I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? What?! You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes! This is crazy! Does that mean it went right through him? I hate to state the obvious, but... surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Well, juror number 4 is about the best I could do. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Wait, what? What? There was no exit wound. What? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this story was put together. Hold it! I thought you were just a tourist. Okay, there's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? Ah. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. No. Still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Then maybe we should ask him. Van Zieks has managed to convince everyone. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Objection! Those two statements clearly... The idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? There was a blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Wow. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. Yeah. What? I see. So, something else hit Herlock. Hmm? Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. What? Really? Doctor! Where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Lord Van Zeeks? Sorry? Okay, then. Let's take a look. Look at that! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. So, that night, the bullet from the Skulker Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. Thank you for that. Glad I could help. So honey, it looks like he may have gotten shot, but it looks like the bullet didn't actually hit him. But instead it hit one of the files on his belt and the file exploded, and that's what injured Herlock. So, yeah, looks like Herlock didn't actually get a bullet through him. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it! Okay, let's take a look at that file. Looks like it's really scorched badly just here. That must be where the bullet hit then. Wait! Hold on! The bullet's still there! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. It's time to press that juror again, I think. This is when I say Eureka! Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? I'm going to guess... This file's been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. Big explosion? Oh. Note to self, always walk on the right hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is the danger zone. Looks like I just found a contradiction. Hold it! I can prove it! I'll show you then. The third bullet. Take that! Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question, Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired!
Hold it!
It was launched inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. Two guns from the scene have already been submitted into court record as evidence. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. That's right. I see, honey. That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. What? Not yet, Jay. We still don't know anything. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Yes? Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. I believe it has nothing to do with them. We've established that one bullet was fired from each of the two guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun! Skulkins were lying. I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. Response to the prosecution's demands, my lord. The defense is... Okay. That third... Okay. Let me think this through. I think I get it. I think I have an idea. Let's see. I think I got it. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. I think I have an idea. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. Take that! The evidence is right here in this portfolio. Take that! That's a bloodstain, my lord. It's something developed by Herlock Sholmes. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Take that! The man's name is Egbert Benedict. He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. Okay, so everybody, I want you to really think about this. So you see how this is green, right? Well, do you remember that he was handling this? And that he got cut on it? That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Guys, look how he posed! Inspector Gregson was there at the time and could attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Yes! That's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. Well, Mr. Skulkin? Yes, and I can. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm gonna drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photograph was, in fact, the person struck by the third bullet. Take that! As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks. That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
Objection!
Well... I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? Yeah, she's right! Unbelievable. Mr. Sholm's partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Ha ha!
Objection.
Nothing you could do about it. What? I don't believe it. Just when I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Who was that? Number 5? Okay. Juror number 5. You don't mean to say you know this man? What? As we can clearly see, a co-worker? This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. Alright. Looks like I just bought myself some time. Alright, I feel like that's a good time to take a small break, everybody. Time to get up, stretch, And hopefully we will see where this goes. Oh boy, hun. So yeah, we're going to take a small break, and then we're going to see where this goes.
Chelsea.
Yep, here I come. I heard you go first.
I'm back. Okay. I can see that, Jay. That's great, hon. So, who's ready to continue on how this goes? Because I've already got a pretty good idea of what's gone on here. I feel quite warmly towards her from her cold shoulders. What picture? I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Of course I can. Yeah, I remember. If Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. So you broke into Windibanks. Oh shit. So then the Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. Yeah. Two. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. Must have been when you passed out. You tell the police everything you just told us? We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. Yeah? No, I could never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget what I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it may sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. No one believes in me more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. You're not like McGilded. I know that. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. That's really all we need to know. Yes, of course. Thank you. I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. This ends here. Oh dear. Huh? Oh, sweet! Mr. Edgar Benedict, or whoever you are. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Ashley Graydon? Boy, that's awkward. Mr. Graydon. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Pompous asshole. Let me see. Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... You can't be serious. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Hold it! Have you seen these two men before? Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. Hold it! So, where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? Are you able to prove that?
Objection!
What do you mean? A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholm's chemical is able to differentiate... Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective.
Oh, me.
Hold.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? What wound? Did you guys hear that? And boy, did he screw up. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Objection! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Who's still here, guys? And are you guys paying attention to what's going on? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. What are you trying to say? What? I would not be so sure. what Gina told us. This disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit at Windibanks. In all likelihood, he's lying. In order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Hold it! Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? You claim that was your overcoat. You're right, Colin. No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Let's leave it alone for the time being. Hold it! So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? Objection! Miss Lestrade did no such thing. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Nonsense! Yes, my lord. Hold it! Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Sorry, eating dinner. He said what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Hold it! Yes, it was taken by the Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
Is that right?
Oh, excuse me! Is something wrong, Inspector? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I guess we'll have to leave it alone. Hold it! But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. Yeah, in that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilda's disc. So there was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. McGilda slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Sheena and forced her to take the redemption ticket. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying. And I think I know how. Oh yeah? I say you do. Take objection! This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. Okay, for those of you who are watching and wondering what the heck I just submitted, it's this. Because remember that remember this guy was looking through McGilda's pockets and said this is it. I thought there was something else. I think this is what he was looking for. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Objection! Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There are 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. The article description reads, 1 small box. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. That's a good point. That's a good point, because on the day he arrived, the due date for payment had expired, so yeah, it would have been forfeited.
Objection!
What? What prince? Okay. Shit. I don't see anything missing, do you? Do you guys? I just looked through both of these pictures and I don't see a thing. Wait, hold on. I think I do see something. I do see something. Yes, they are, but something moved. I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawned box, I might have been able to break him down at last. What? I don't know. Could there be a hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Before I give my answer, my lord, I like to try something, if I may. I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Oh, that's easy. Take that! I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Juror number three. Juror number 3? What a surprise. There. Aha! Just like I thought! It was moved! I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. I looked at that thing and I'm like, wait, that looks like it moved. Take that! Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there could be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
That may be true, but alright. McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? It's still there. I believe this changes everything about the case. The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What if it wasn't the box I wanted, but what was inside it? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
Man, the crowd is going crazy now. Okay. What are you trying to say? Ugh. Well, yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Alright, the exact significance of the things that Miguelda deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well, it was gonna be talked about sooner or later. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. I have. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. This is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot, but I'm sorry, Gina. But it's time the truth comes out. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Yeah. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. It's the right choice, Gina. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. I'm sorry. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I had seen or heard. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord. Well, I was gonna suffer the consequences for this. But I didn't have a choice. Hold it! And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? What were they talking about? Hold it! Was the disc you saw this disc? What did he say to you at that time? But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Hold it! There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. So that left Mr. McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? Hold it! That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't he? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Hold it! Threatened you how exactly? There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. I suppose I should. What's that? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hold it!
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. Oh, sweet! I think it's time we see what's in that box. If there is anything in it. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Alright. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Actually, shit, I gotta take out the trash, don't I? Yes, I do. I'll be back, everybody. Break time. how I'm able to do things because I know you always have my back. I'm sorry for everything I said. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have said what I did. It's killing me, honey. So you're not gonna go see how this ends. This is very important to me. I need you. I need you. I always need you. You're my electric pillar. You give me strength when I need it. You help me through the most harshest of times in my life. And I can never thank you enough for that. What? Ronnie, I guess I won't see you in the stream then. Don't start the stream if I'm not there. What's the point? What's the point if you're not there? Please see how it ends. That's what it's motivated me to take that. What? What? I've been taking one too many hits for like. I've been taking one too many hits for everybody. And it's really fucking thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything I said. But I regret everything.
seriously, yeah, I probably should be starting that.
It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I just want you to see how this ends. Really. Like, is it gonna bother you to not see how this whole case ends? If you really need a few days, I understand. Just at least be there. At least be there to see how this ends. That's all I ask. Please. Just need you. I need your energy to help me get through this. You keep me calm and rational. You really do. Please, honey, at least see how this ends. I'll respect if you need a few days after this. But I'm just asking, at least for this. To please be there. Do that for me, please. Please. Gosh. Pretty please. Please at least be there for this. Hmm?
maybe, just to be honest, I'm taking a frustration out for the monsters.
You see. I understand.
I'd rather do that than let it fester.
Right.
I have to get a run on somebody though. Oh, I ain't getting out of this alive. I'm breaking everything.
Alright.
Eh?
I.
Eh?
What?
Hey, excuse me?
I'm.
The Temper Diablo's looking at me like, hey, don't look.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay, come on. Come on, big boy.
I guess
Oh,
I'll.
nice.
I guess I'll catch you later then.
We'll see if I'm not waist deep in monster carcasses.
Alright. Love you, honey.
Too.
Really? Even after everything?
Yes, babe.
Thanks. I really needed to hear that.
It's not everything that's happening. That never faded.
I needed to hear that.
I told you when we were in university. Once you see me in person, you realize I actually didn't love you. That's unconditional. This is not going anywhere.
Thank you, honey.
What? What?
Ash, I needed to hear that. Thank you.
Babe?
What?
I remember telling you like a mutton as a hammer. What the hell?
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's the ham.
Thing?
Yes, it is.
No, I want my mugs of ale. That's what I want.
I'll catch you later, okay, honey? I gotta get back to the stream. I've been gone for almost 30, 40 minutes.
I'm fine.
Again, I'm sorry for what I said earlier, but thank you for still loving me. I know, and I know,
First
but
of all, if I didn't, would I have ever made the trip down to see you?
honey, I know, and deep down I know that you still do, but still hearing you say you still love me, even though I made you mad, it still makes me feel.
Of course I do.
Alright. I feel like everything will be okay, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I mean, that spark between us, it never died.
Thanks. Okay.
If anything, it's a raging fire, still.
I know. But hearing it helps a lot, honestly.
Hello.
I'll catch you later, okay, honey? So thank you.
Yeah.
Love you.
Who's that yarn at my neck?
Love you, honey.
Love you, too.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. I had to take care of a few things. I also wanted to talk to my girlfriend for a bit, because, man, this case is just absolutely goddamn nuts. Just, oh, God. Anyway, sorry everybody, but now, who's ready to see how this case fucking ends? All right. Okay, what the hell could be in this? And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Oh. What's this? It's a music box! Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Hold it! Objection!
Objection! This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. God, I got you. Just... What is on this thing? Guys, does that sound like Morse code? No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Broken? It can't be, can it? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. Oh! If the defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be!
Objection!
Well, they've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Hmm? Really? I was right. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds that it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something... Yes, it's familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointed to one single answer now. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back on this trial. If I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... I got it. Take that! So guys, I was right. Look on the back of it. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Nations are being intercepted, but how would someone be doing that? I wonder. Maybe that's what Strongheart's been talking about. No, my lord. It was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Juror number 5, your input, please. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Mm-hmm. That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? But look how you're dressed.
Objection!
Mm-hmm.
Hold it!
Oh! What? What the? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. So they admit it then. Nice to know who your friends are. All right. Let's take a look. What's this button? Oh. I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Alright then, here goes. What the? So, does that mean you could set another disc to play back on this side? They're linked. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one. What? But the notes they produce are different. These boxes that can only play 2 tones. The answer from McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Well, what does that mean? Yes, it is strange. Music box that can only play a single note. There has to be significance to that, surely. Hold it! So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? What do you mean by that? Let me guess. Juror number 5. That's fascinating. Oh, that's fascinating. She should really pick her idols more carefully. Hold it! They're not? Of course, of course. Ouch! He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Listen, here in court? Tones, you say? Okay. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. No! Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Iris? Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Yes, I'm well aware of that. I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom opens up as well. Here it goes. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? They're linked. Got it! It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. I'm sorry? I can't at the moment. Okay, the link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet. Hold it! So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. An old brickmaker with an artisan quarter. I'm an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Hold it! Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Excuse me! Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Is that so? I don't know. Could that cinema story be relevant somehow? I think so. My lord, The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Hold it! I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. That must be a catch. So since we're here, I should ask him to elaborate, but on what? So, this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? And where did the Milverton part come from?
Hold it! Objection!
Objection! Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Wait, hold on. So it used to be Milverton. Let me check something. Hello? What's this? The victim's name is... Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Probably brother, Ryan. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brick maker who was so horribly murdered. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What if the key to us making headway with the Crux examination here could be those two brothers? Objection! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. I have here the notes from the Omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, okay, so Ryan was right, was your father? The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? His arm. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I could show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you!
Hold it!
What? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean? What possibility? What? You what? While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. There's a lot wrong with that one. There's so many things I could pick. There's so many things I could pick on this one. The truth. You just dug your own grave. What? Why not? Oh, help! You're right! There is blood, but it's... There is blood on it, but... It's not Ash's blood, it's Mr. Mason. It's Mason's blood. But that was Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gino will be... yes, my lord! Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling that the outcome of this trial... Hold it! Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? Looking for the music box, of course.
Hold it!
Hold it? You mean that's the moment you were shot? Sorry. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. Hold it! You mean you chase after him? What about this people on the door you mentioned? Actually, I should know that. I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Hold it! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Objection!
Objection! But no other gun was found at the scene. Sorry? Hold it! All over her? Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Hold it! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? Clear up. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag! Excuse me!
Excuse me! Gentlemen! That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. What was going on just now? And why didn't you? That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Still. Yeah, can we all agree that was out of character? No, my lord.
Objection!
Objection! No, the blood on that overcoat on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mays in Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Sorry? Yeah, but that was. But we use Mr. Shum's special. How could you say that? Damn it!
Guilty.
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 Damn it! This is so damning! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Hey, honey. Yeah, it's like it's still going on. I do appreciate you sticking around as long as you have, but if you need to get to bed because you have work tomorrow, I understand. Oh. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Well, thank you. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Sorry? Let's make this discussion as short as possible then. Right. Modesty? Surely not. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? From Miss Susato. Wait, say that again? Oh, okay. I don't understand. Leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What's this? Ah! What is that? I knew it. What? Didn't she say something like that? Is something like that? But yeah, honey, I do appreciate that you're here, though. I really do. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? So that's it then. Not at all cryptic then. So Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night, but why? This could be the break I needed. We're out of time already? Well, honey, I do still appreciate you being here. I really do. But if you have to go because you have work in the morning, I understand. I wonder. Yes? The rest is down to me. Whew! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. And what are the two parts at the top there? Right. Of course. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but feels like the reality of the cat flip-a-mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... We'll still do a summation examination. Now it's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. Sorry? Final piece of... But it's not possible to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. Well then. Ah!
Hold it!
Hold it! Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection!
Objection! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. Temporarily, it was only suspended. We were still in the middle of it. A single chance to present evidence? Yes, my lord. Fell in a dead faint. Mr. Sholmes! Probably both. Strike a man when he's down, why don't ya? Yeah. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Objection! Okay, okay. Find them.
Objection!
Objection! That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. Oh, doesn't it? I would like to show everyone something of importance. I want you guys to pay attention to the door. Do you guys see it? Oh, really? Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Susato-san, I wish you would have told me sooner. But what's done is done. Yes, how could you? Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through!
Objection!
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you have claimed to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies!
Objection!
I'm afraid not, sir. Nice, Iris. Oh, can't I? Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Well, yes, that's true. Ugh. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Take that! My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
K.O.
What? Oh, please. Ugh. I don't believe this. But the right as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Iris? Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
Objection!
Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency was revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They showed that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? Because, guys, remind me, when was that peephole made? All right, honey, I will call you. It was made after they already left. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I just realized something.
Objection!
Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering our particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Remember what was going on while I was questioning Gina earlier? I'm sorry. Take that! The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Not only that, Ryan, but when I was questioning Gina in the trial, he was talking to Mr. Graydon. Remember, everybody?
Objection!
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Iris? Oh yeah, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilder's music box from the scene of the crime... That's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
Objection!
I don't do that. Evidence? Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Take that! Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is a bit gilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. So I hand it over. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men.
Objection!
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? What? Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. What? He's going to agree to it? That's so serious. can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow something doesn't feel quite right here. Yes, my lord. I got it! Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Objection! The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. No, I'm not. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. You. Because, guys, do you remember the one time the inspector was out of character? Take that! Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Hold it!
Objection!
Gotcha! That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Without question, my lord. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance that the second disc in your jacket pocket? While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. Mr. Graydon.
Objection!
Objection! But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? What? You... What?! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare the decision now. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. This is it now. It all comes down to this. I'm not taking any chances on this one. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Wait, hold on. Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit that the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Take that! Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Hold it!
Why not?
Objection!
Objection! Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Then, do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? Your choice, man. Either I play this, or you admit to it. Either way, you're done.
Objection!
Objection! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Objection!
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank.
K.O.
That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those... Oh. Alright. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Oh my god. Oh no. You're the one that burned the bus! My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. Are you saying that? Gilded's death that day was caused by this man. Son of a bitch. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. An eye for an eye. A loose end. Okay, guys, I need to get up and use the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back.
was like, he didn't want to see us break up or something. Because if that ever happened, I'm pretty sure the whole server would be pissed off. Yeah.
I know, but I was gonna say, honey, did you? Honey, I'm just gonna say, did you get everything out you wanted to? Well, I mean, anything. I know you said you needed to talk to me, so I gave you. So I'm gonna give you some space. It's just I gotta finish up this case because it's getting late and people are falling asleep. I guess so. But I hope you have a really good day at work tomorrow. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll stick around if you need me. Still. You're never a burden, honey. Never. I just want to make sure that you said everything that's it. That we talked about everything you wanted to talk about. I'm at the end, is all. So I need to finish up.
Oh, grumpy. Man.
That's my fault. I will accept any punishment you want. You want to give me. I will accept any punishment you want, mistress.
You know what? You know what?
I will accept.
Look at with you.
I will accept any punishment you want to give me, mistress.
Oh my God, this is very.
Like I will. I'm just letting you know, honey. I'm willing to accept any punishment you want. I'm just owning up. I'm taking responsibility for hurting you. But I'm willing to accept the punishment, mistress. I said I am willing to accept punishment, mistress.
Don't take me this much power.
That's the thing. I'm willing to do anything to take responsibility. I am, because I love you. I love you, and I need, and I will do anything I can to show you how sorry I am.
Oh my God.
I'll submit to you. But I really do gotta go. I gotta finish this up because it's already almost 1 o'clock. I love you very much. But I'm sorry. I really would rather be with you right now, mistress. Okay? I would really rather be with you right now, mistress. In all honesty. But I gotta finish it up. I can't just stop and save it for another stream when we're at the end, right? That wouldn't do.
Okay. Well,
What?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Terrified.
I would even let you tie me up if it pleases you.
The fuck? Why would I tell you about tricking? Don't give me this much power. Don't do it. I don't do it.
That's so sorry.
I really don't know what to do right now. I'm scared. I'm terrified.
But I gotta go right now, okay, honey? I love you. I'll catch you later, and if not, I'll hope you have a good day at work. Love you. Boop. Sorry, everyone. I had to talk to... This was taking a little too long, and I wanted to talk to my girlfriend before she had to go to bed because she has work tomorrow. Anyway, I'm sorry, everybody. What's that? Ingenious. So it was a way of secretly trading, is it? Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? And he was absolutely right. Mm-hmm. Inspector! You recovered fast. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. It's finally over. Finally. become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yeah, we are. I'm sure we can, Jay. I have high faith. But still, I feel bad for the inspector. But you can't escape punishment for what you did. You really can't. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... Isn't that... What? What are you saying, madam? No kidding. What? What? Can that really be? Was it Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. But it's really going to bother me! Ugh. Oh well, might as well leave it alone. Gina. Well said. Very well said. Hopefully. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pup Windibank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty! Court is adjourned. Finally! Oh. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You did? You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Until we cross swords again. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? That's awful. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked out something quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Oh, sorry, Sholmes. Sorry, I was typing something. Ah, that voice. Sorry about that. Sorry, man. I'd assumed you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Oh. Very above board. Oh, thank you. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, really? Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? I suppose that's one way of looking at it. McGilda did get what he deserved. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Fair point. It scared him so bad. He fell down. Oh. Be careful. Ouch. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. I don't think so! Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket. I like that. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Yeah? Wait, what are you doing? What are you doing? God! What was that for? Of course. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Not again. As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Let's not go there. Alright then, what's the bad news? Wait. Dover. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Mr. Sholmes? I don't... The great detective does it again. What? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! Looks like she's reading something. Hold it! Hold it! Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. It went well. She was acquitted. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? You were saying goodbye to law? You, Sosato-san? She's still feeling guilty about making that peephole. You mean it was back then? Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. I see. The storeroom door, you mean? So, you use the cat Flapomat to make the peephole on the door. The trial of Magnus McGilded. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. What do you mean? A trap? Is that why she did it? She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? Mr. Sato. Oh. I see. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. What? What did you say? Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend! She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius! I don't believe it. Are you saying... And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's face. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. 4 names. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Shin? I don't recognize that name. Greguson? Gregson? And what's his name doing in a secret government communications as well? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? Wilson? Oh dear. I just can't believe it. Who'd have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Yes, it seems so. Mr. Sato, I hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. How did she know it? Yes? Yeah, of course. On the SS Bureau when I was dragged up from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. Mr. Sato.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side. Yes, Mr. Shums? Oh, here we go. Huh? 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 Mr. Sholmes, a word, if you don't mind. Everyone know what that word is? Then, I really must say... OBJECTION! Shu Takumi. The man behind this.
Nice. I hope he didn't get punished too severely. Oh, she's still in prison? Ha! Great. Mm-hmm. That's good. Oh yeah, they are. I see. Okay. Like, she still has to do... Wait. Sadly, Gina still has to do time for a couple of the things she still did. But they're not super serious crimes. Hopefully, it will. Shintaro Kojima. Hmm? Mark Oda, Bradley Clarkson, Rina Takasaki, Claire Morgan, Robert Vernon, Ben Deary, Peter DeJersey, Nigel Pilkington. Nobody I know. You were probably one of the best first villains I've ever seen, madam. Like, no joke. This game has been wonderful. And I'm glad I got to stream it for everyone. And I'm glad a lot of people stuck around just to see the end of all these cases. So, what do you guys think now of the Ace Attorney series? I hope he has medicine for that cough, seriously. I hate that it was all just an accident. Oh, it still can be, but yeah. Basically, Ryunosuke carries that sword as a way of carrying on his friend's wishes, his soul. Weird but upstanding citizens. Mr. McGilded. Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, they can call him, but yeah. I will say Mr. Sholmes is a friend, and so is Iris. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. Hopefully she'll get out of prison soon enough. I really hope so. But yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight, guys. This trial was a beast. It's been 10 hours I've been streaming. Yes, I know I took like 3-4 breaks in between, but still, this case was like 8 to 9 hours long. Just the trial was 8 to 9 hours. I'm glad I saved the trial for today. And everyone say it with me. Presented by Capcom. A fleeting farewell. That's going to be it for tonight, guys. So thank you everyone so much for watching. And thank you to the people who decide. Thank you to everyone who decided to watch all the way till the end. I really have to thank you. So I hope I will be back soon with the second game. There will be more cases to follow, and there will be plenty more trials and tribulations to come. But until then, everyone, that's it. That's it for the first Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and I hope you look forward to the second game. But until then, everyone, this is Omega Snake signing out, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a good night, everyone. Objection!